Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name is Nicole, and today we're here for some reading sprints. And yeah, so welcome to the channel. If you're new here, I really appreciate you stopping by, and leave a comment and let me know where you're watching from, what you're reading, and all of that sort of stuff. I am currently sitting at my craft table, or one of my craft tables, doing some diamond painting, but I'm about to pack this up because that mess that you can see behind me needs to be sorted out today. But while I'm doing that, I am actually reading A Slice of Heaven by Cheryl Woods, and it is the second book in the Sweet Magnolia series. Netflix has got a TV show on it, and there's also a book series. So sorry about that, just bumping the computer and whatnot. But yeah, so I thought, well, I might as well put some sprints on. That way I can get some reading done. I can hang out with all of you and also get some stuff done behind me as well. It's just starting to annoy me now because that's all works in progress. So yeah, so you guys are getting to see a different part of where I hang out and do all my crafting and all that sort of stuff, and filming and all that, which that's what I was just doing then, and I better stop the video. So yeah. All right, otherwise I'll run out of charge on it. Yeah, so I'm about chapter 13, 14, I think I am, in Slice of Heaven, because I'm on chapter 15. I've just started that. So yeah, I thought it'd be good to do some sprints today and get a lot of stuff caught up and whatnot. So I can see a few people starting to join us in the chat. Hey, Brittany, how you going? Brittany's also reading The Slice of Heaven as well, because we're doing it as a buddy read, so it's fun. I've seen your picture as well, which looks very, very tasty. We've also got the recipe book as well. So I finally decided, I couldn't decide. I've picked out 3 things, but I decided I'm going to make lemon bars. I'll probably do them a little bit later on today. I've got to just go. I thought I had more lemons than on what I did in the fridge, so I've just got to go and get a couple of lemons. And we also have family and books. Is it Paula? Is your name Paula? I'm terrible with names. I'm so sorry if I'm wrong. But hello, how are you? And it's late for you. Oh, UK, midnight. Yes. Oh, your little man is still awake. Wow. Go to sleep. Oh, I don't think I'll be able to. I wouldn't be able to cope with that, having a little one still awake at midnight. I'd be falling asleep myself. I'm generally asleep by 11 o'clock. And yeah, so hopefully goes to bed soon. Brittany's saying that the YouTube short for the recipe will be going up in the morning tonight for me. Awesome. Okay, and it's on, it is Paula. Oh, look at that. I'm getting better at remembering names. Oh, there you go, eh? And it's on page 155. Oh, you're on page 155. Slices of Heaven. Awesome. I thought you meant the recipe was. I'm like, isn't that at the beginning of the book? But anyway, yeah, it looks really tasty. Like some of the stuff in there. I also picked out a carrot soup, which looked really nice. And in the section for the recipes from the spa, the low-fat apple muffins, they look pretty tasty too. So, and I've got a ton of Granny Smith apples there, so I can use them up, which will be good. So how are you enjoying the story so far, Brittany? I'm liking it. I like how they're covering the particular topic. They're not just glossing over it, like they're pushing it a little bit further. Like it probably could go a little bit more in depth, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. So hey Alan, how you going? Nice of you to join me today. Thank you very much. And hey Erin, how are you? I haven't seen you around for a while, but I also haven't been around for the last couple of weeks. So yeah. Gigra is stopping by in a like, comment, support. What time is it for you? It's 19:02 here in the US. It has just gone 9 a.m. here in Australia. So, and it's 4 p.m. And so it's Sunday for you guys, right? It's Monday morning for me and the start of the working week. So yeah. and it's raining, it's cold and miserable. My husband had to go and sleep at the workshop again last night because the neighbours have escalated and decided that they were going to have a domestic last night. New development though, there was kids and a lady there last night, so there hasn't been any kids at the house. It's just been young men living there, so that was a development. And I slept through it all because I was exhausted. So I just stuck my head over my pillow and went to sleep. I heard the kids when I went to bed, and I thought, oh, they must be Julie's kids across the road. Gee, they're up late, because it was like 10 o'clock. And I thought, gee, they're up late. But no, apparently it was next door. And my 16-year-old rang the police, and they actually came up. So they sorted that out, which is good. It is 4 p.m. in Oregon. Everyone's just saying hello, hello. Been so busy, but glad to be here. I'm glad you're here too, Erin. It's nice of you to drop by. Thank you so much. Lots of hellos and everybody saying it's Sunday evening. Yes, it's all a bit confusing with the time zones and all the rest of it. So all you have to remember that if I'm saying it's Friday, it's Thursday night or midnight in the UK when I go live. So this month, and I talked about this on Friday, every Friday I'm doing 8-hour sprints. Mondays, however, will be I'll be on for a few hours and then I'll be heading off because I've got a lot of editing to do on Mondays and also Tuesdays. So because I put a video up every day on my other channel and also try to get videos up on this channel as well. But yeah, so well, technically, yes, it is Monday for you because you're not that far behind me. So you're what, 9 hours behind me, which is not too bad. And I'm super excited from my craft channel and also here. Probably if you look in the comments and whatnot, you'll see a lady named Elizabeth Sawyer. We've been online friends for many, many years, and she's finally, her son and grandchildren live here in Australia. They came here a few years ago, and she was supposed to come to Australia in 2020, I think it was, but obviously with everything that was happening in the world, she didn't get to come here. And she's arrived. She arrived the other day. She sent me a message. She goes, I have landed. I am here. So we're going to meet up on the 24th. I'm going to drive down to Brisbane because she's down in Brisbane. Yeah, going to go down and have a cuppa and lunch and finally meet her. Like I feel like I've known her forever. Like it's been 6 or 7 years that we've been friends online, and she's just from the UK. So super excited, and she's been a massive supporter of my journey on YouTube, and always has an encouraging word and watches every video, leaves a comment on just about every video. And it's going to be exciting to meet her. And like, she's watched my kids grown as well because she's friends with me on Facebook, so she's seen pictures of the kids growing up and all that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, they're working or they're away at the time, so they won't be able to meet her, but I'm super excited to actually get to see her in the physical. It's going to be great. Catch up down Brisbane, have lunch and a coffee, and just chit chat, no doubt, talk about craft and all the things and whatnot. So yeah. So I was super excited to get that message yesterday. Everyone's still saying hello. Paula was saying it's technically Monday because she's in the UK. It is exciting. I am so excited, and I'm so happy for her too, because her grandbabies and her son, I'm pretty sure it's her son, they moved here in, I think it was 2018, and they finally got settled in 2019 in Brisbane. And she said, oh, they're super, like they're close and all that sort of stuff. Like, I haven't gone to meet her family or anything like that because it just hasn't worked out. But and then with everything that she was supposed to come in 2020, but I believe her partner was not well in 2019, and then everything that happened. And so so it's super exciting for her too, because she hasn't been able, like, they've gone back to the UK, but she hasn't been able to come and visit her grandbabies down here. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see her. I'm really happy that she's made it here. Met two in person so far. Awesome, that's excellent. I haven't met any booktubers as such, but this particular lovely is a long-time subscriber, so she has supported me since on my channels. Like, we were friends in another Facebook group, and we met online through a quilt club, and through the Crafty Gemini. And then in 2018, I decided that I was going to do my craft channel, and she's followed me since then. So it's really exciting. I think that's so cool that you guys are already living in the next days. Yeah, it's like I'm from the future, and it's not a great day in Australia well, not where I am anyway. It's cold, wet. As you can tell, I've got a skivvy jacket. It's all the rest of it. Although I don't have the heater on because it's overcast. It's not freezing in the house, but if the sky had been clear last night, it probably would have been freezing. I'm not entirely sure how long I'm sprinting for today. I know that I will be on it for a minimum of 3 hours. I have this pile of rubble behind me to sort out. That's all like projects and all that sort of stuff. And I've also got some filming and stuff to do and editing this afternoon. And then I have to pick my daughter up as well from work. So she just done her first start at 6 a.m. She's just got a new job on she started on the weekend, and it's been absolutely massive. It's just at a Hungry Jack's store, and which is like a burger place. And yeah, she's on day shifts, and yeah, she started at 6 a.m. So I've been up since 5:15 because I had to get her out of bed. And of course the neighbours started last night, which kept her awake. So yeah, makes it a bit hard. Aaron is saying, I love seeing the same booktubers across different live streams. It's awesome, isn't it? It's like, I usually do a little bit of a hop during the week. The last couple of weeks I've been super busy and I haven't been able to get as much YouTube in as I would like, but I'm catching up. So this month, basically what I'm doing is every Friday I'm doing an 8-hour sprint. And so that starts at 9 o'clock, so the same time. And then on Mondays, I will be doing a couple of hours. And it just depends on the day. I could end up doing, a 6-8 hour sprint. It just depends on the day. Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of fun to catch up on anything. You say it's cold, it's still probably no, I suppose in the scheme of things, it's probably not that cold. But we do get down to -6 here where I live. I'm actually a higher elevation than the coast. So my daughter lives down in Brisbane, and she's like, it's not even cold. I can't even wear my jackets. So but it's cold for us. Like we get pretty cold at the moment. I think it's only like 13 degrees, so that's not too bad. Yeah, it's 13 degrees, so that's all right. That I can live with that. And it's not windy. If it's windy, then I just not real keen on that. But yeah, it does. We say it's cold and it's still melting for most people, but yeah. Alan will be reading Ken Follett's last novel in the Kingsbury series, A Column of Fire. Awesome. Well, as I said earlier, I am reading the second book in the Sweet Magnolia series, and I think there is 11. Am I right, Brittany? Because Brittany and I and Neva are doing it as a buddy read. And Brittany was just saying that the short for her recipe that she got out of the book is going up on her shorts in the morning for her, so tonight for me. But yeah, that's the cookbook that we got. So it has the different things, like the different sections and whatnot. And it's the only recipe books are the only books that I dog ear. So, but this is the other one that I want to make as well, the chunky apple muffins. And then there's no picture for the chicken Caesar salad wraps. I thought I'll make that for lunch. Yeah, 11 books in the series, Brittany's saying. That's awesome. So that should keep us out of trouble for a little while. Probably not. I'm sure I can still get myself into trouble for sure. All right. Well, we are going to be doing a series of 15:45. So 15 minutes of chatting and 45 minutes of reading. Now, I do have the screen up. Do you want the Sound of Nature's, or would you prefer to have it silent? So the one that I have, let me just bring it up so you can see it. That's the one I've got. It has like bird sounds and stuff like that. I'll just bring it up for you so you can hear it. If you would like me to mute that, just let me know, or would you prefer to have the sounds? Sound, please. Okay, from Paula. All right. Well, we can do that. Not a problem. And then that way we can at least have a little bit of background noise and whatnot. All right. So as I said, we're going to do a series of uh, 15:45, just totally lost my train of thought then. 15:45, and that way we can get a decent amount of chit-chatting in and a decent amount of reading and productivity. So Giga is just asking 8 a.m. your time on Friday. So it'll be 9 a.m. My time on Friday. So I've got them all starting at 9. And sounds, Giga is saying hi. Hey Nell, how you going? Sound awesome, awesome, awesome. So there's just a lot of hellos and hey Nels and hello, hello. All right, we will go to our first sprint, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. So let me just start that, and yeah, I will see you all then. Right, how did everybody go on that one? Let me just turn the sound off on that. Right, how did everybody go? As you can see, hopefully the camera won't drop out. Let me just turn this a bit. Oh, I've got all my wool up there, so I'm pretty happy about that. The next step is I need to get a shelf that goes up where the that's higher than that shelf there. I'm just going to get some L brackets and put that up there and get rid of the clock, get rid of those quilt blocks, and then all those containers will sit on top of that, and that way it'll be, it looks a little bit neater. I noticed that when my husband put it together, he didn't put the solid back on the bottom parts of it where the wool, this wool is here. So yeah, I'll have to get a little bit of stuff to put on the back of it. It's just like plyboard. I can pick that up from Bunnings, so I'll just go and get some of that. And I found all that wool just in different places in the studio. So, and I think there's still some more that I've got as well. So it's going to be good having it all in one place. And I got another 3 chapters listened to as well. So yeah, it's going really good. I'm actually really enjoying it. It's just yeah, just wish 2 main characters would hurry up and get together. Let's say. All right, where were we up to? I said a few people joined while we went to the sprint. That we were up to there. Alan says, Coolio. Ulysses is, hey, hey, hey. The whole gang is here. Yeah, everybody's here. Rolanda is here as well. Hey, Rolanda, how you going? Does it look better, do you reckon? Because you've been seeing it for a while. It looks heaps better, yeah? Rolanda is someone that's come over from my craft channel, and she hangs out here most Fridays and does a little bit of crafting and all that sort of stuff. And it looks like she is in the craft room again, making more project bags. Awesome. How many project bags are you making, hon? Are you trying that new one yet? And there's some hellos. Hello. And Rolanda's popping down to Audi and she'll be back soon. Awesome. Can you do my shopping while you're there? Drive it up to me. It's 3 hours. All right. No worries, Paula. I can imagine you must be very tired, and it's good that he's getting all snuggly and he'll fall asleep soon. That is awesome. Hopefully you'll have a good sleep in and he doesn't wake up at the crack of dawn, because that's a long day for you if that's the case. Yeah, as Alan's saying, totally understand that. So how did everyone go? All right, so let me see, where were we at? Oh, things just jumped again. Hey, Rally Reviews, just got here, read a chapter after participating in a live book discussion. Awesome. What channel was that on? And almost halfway. Awesome, Brittany. I think there's only 25 chapters in it, so I think I'm just a little over halfway. So yeah, that's awesome. Joined during the sprints, 50% words, 52% of the way through Mistborn, the final reread. Awesome. So you must like it. Awesome. You want to read it. Excellent. I have not read any of those. I'm currently reading Curse of the Reaper. Excellent. He's fallen asleep. Gonna put him to bed. And night all. Happy reading. Night, Paula. Sleep well. Hopefully he sleeps in for you. If you're still here, night. And big hugs. Okay, so Danny is saying to Rally that you should read Mistborn. It's fantastic. I haven't read any of those. They're by Brandon Sanderson, right? Is that right? Or am I completely wrong? I don't know. I see it pop up all the time, but I've not read anything. Hello, Anne. Welcome. Glad you could join us this morning. What are you up to this morning? I'm pretty happy with that. I'm just looking in the viewfinder. I'm pretty happy with that little. I've been trying to find one of those cube shelves for ages, and I had 2 up the other end of the studio, and I cannot find the like, they're usually a lot bigger, but these ones I just wanted the they're 8 cubes. So that normally would stand up, and I've just turned it on the side. It still works the same way. I think it's going to be good. And what I was thinking of doing, once I get those containers off the top there, I'm thinking that I'm going to put some plants along the top there. I think that would look really nice, maybe a cushion or two. And I've pulled it a little ways off the window because I am going to eventually put up a splashback and block that in. And then I've got another pantry over here, which is just a storage cupboard. I don't go into it very often. So it stores things like extra ribbons, all that sort of stuff. So I don't go into it very often. And that big tower of cross-stitch floss or embroidery floss is it's on wheels, so it just slides out and it slides back in. So it's really accessible. But yeah, I'm going to put a splashback, and that'll stop the natural light from coming in, but it'll still let some light in. It's like a clearish sort of one, but it's like it's got a tint on it, according to Brendan. But I thought it was completely non-see-through. But anyway. You've got 2.5 stories in a Blood Child read, 110 pages to go. I want to finish and start Traveling Cat Chronicles tonight. Awesome. Sounds like you've got a good reading day or afternoon ahead of you. Excellent. It was Michelle's library for the Pyramid Book Club. Excellent. I'll have to go over and rewatch it. I have got so far behind on my BookTube watching. Like at this point, I don't think there is any catching up, and I'm just going to have to maybe randomly go back and check out people's videos because, as I said, for the last 3 weeks, it has just been hectic as here. Alyssa's got to chapter 22, 38% of Growth Kings, trying to sort out dinner, and I'll go with Chinese. I'll have Chinese. That'll be all right. I wouldn't mind Chinese for dinner and someone else to cook it for me. Alrighty. Read a long chapter. Yeah, some of those chapters can be a bit long, can't they? It's like book 4 in the Wheel of Time. Some of the chapters just seem like they were just going on and on and on. And yeah, like, are we getting to the end yet? And I was listening to a lot of that. So sometimes you're like, did we already go into a chapter and I missed it? But no. Hey Zara, how you going? A public holiday, awesome. And I'm milking it for all you can. That's it. You've got to do what you can, hey, when you get those public holidays. We don't have one coming up. Our Queen's holiday is it Queen's holiday you've got in WA? Ours got moved to October at the same time as Labor Day in New South Wales. Yes, Sanderson. Okay, what do you cover though? The UK covers and the US covers are totally different, aren't they? I've had it on my couch for a month and feel very intimidated. Oh, just pick it up, start reading it. That's all you got to do. Just pick it up and start. And Era 1 series was good. Okay, good. I must admit I have not read anything of his. I have some stuff of his on my shelf, but I haven't read them. And I've got The Wheel of Time, and I'm probably not going to read any of Sanderson's books until after I finish The Wheel of Time, because, yeah, I don't want to get let down. Does that make sense? Not that I don't think I will be getting let down because the reviews are pretty good, but I've never read anything of his before, and I don't want to read something of his and then maybe not gel. Like, I know people are probably freaking out right now, but not gel with his writing. And then I've got 3 books where he's completed Robert Jordan's writing in the series, completed the series for him. So I'm sort of waiting until I'm finished those. And I'm up to book 5 right now, so I've still got like 9 books to go, but I have quite a few of them on audio, so I should be able to burn through them pretty quick, I hope. That is the plan anyway. Alan just subbed to Rally Reviews. Awesome. Thank you. You betcha. It's a WA day, otherwise known as Foundation Day. Oh, okay, there you go. I am not up to date with all of the because I know Queen's birthday is coming up for New South and I think Victoria. We normally have that in June, but yeah, nothing. Yeah, so anyway, so Rally, were you on camera? Now would like to know, and I think it's already have been on camera. Yep, awesome. Little conversation happening there. Sprints. Cole, love your room. Very stylish. Yeah, this is where I work. So, for those that don't know, crafting is my job. I have a big long arm machine down the other end of the studio. You usually see the arm of it behind me when I'm sitting on the couch. And so during the day, I normally quilt people's quilts. Except for Mondays and Tuesdays, I generally tidy up in the studio, getting ready for the week, or I'm doing filming and editing on those days. And so as part of my quilting business, I also run sewing retreats and cross-stitch retreats as well, but I haven't done them for the last couple of years. So when was it? It was 2018. I decided to do a block of the month on YouTube for my craft channel, and then I decided that, and I was still teaching in person. And then classes were starting to, like, there was more places that were doing classes and stuff like that. So I went predominantly on to YouTube for my classes, and that way people could make them at any time because of work commitments and stuff like that. But pretty much for the last 10 years, I have been quilting just for my local area, but I get quilts that come in from all over the country to quilt and stuff like that. And so I spend a lot of time at the long arm machine. I also make handmade handbags and quilts and stuff for people as well. It was a way that I could contribute to the household income while staying home for my children. And now they're all grown. So yeah, it makes it and so I'm doing BookTube and my craft channel. My craft channel is pretty much, it's almost full time now. That I have a video go up every day on my craft channel. On Sunday, I have a short go up for, you know how I do the reading challenge over here? I do a stitching and sewing challenge over there on the same day. So, but thank you. It is a work in progress. Like, it used to be just fold out tables out here, and now I've got, like, I don't know if you can see it or not. Let me just turn this way a bit. So I've got another table just here that I'm working on a diamond painting, and I've got my film, like I'm filming that for my channel because people like to watch that. And I've got like kitchen cupboards, you can see at the back, I've got kitchen cupboards that go in like an L shape for all storage and stuff like that. But it is definitely a work in progress because I've been not sure exactly what I want to have in here. And then I've got the cube cupboards here, which are 4 high and 4 across, and then I've got like stuff all up the top here, and yeah, it's all a work in progress at the moment. But yeah, I'm slowly getting there. Slowly but surely, and then I'll probably have to move. Wheel of Time is awesome. If you the audio, like I've got the physical books here as well as the audio, and I have the first 5 now, and my husband wants to listen to it as well, so I'm just getting them each month. Sometimes I listen to it, sometimes I read, sometimes I'll do both. But the narrators of the audiobooks on Audible are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I absolutely love listening to it, and I can get so lost in the story. And they do seem like they're very intimidating and very big, but the story moves really well. Like Robert Jordan, the way he's and this is the first time I've read them, so I love how you've got these characters, these 6 main characters, I think it is 6, 7 main characters that are in it. So you've got 2 girls are in it, and then there's there's 3 girls, and then there's 5 boys. One is a protector of the Aes Sedai, and they've found these young people who they've taken away from their village in the very first book, right? So there was an attack on the village, and they've absconded, and the Aes Sedai and her protector have taken them away from the village, and the story begins from there. And this is very brief, but the way Jordan writes, it feels like sometimes it's starting to just, like, it feels like it's going to get really boring, and then all of a sudden something will happen, and he separates his characters as well. And so then part of the book you'll be focusing on this particular character and what's happening with them, and then you'll then it'll switch over to the other characters and you'll get their point of view. Then they'll come back together, then they'll separate again, and it's just very adventurous. So, and it ebbs and flows really well. And it has its peak moments. And like, I find, me personally, sometimes I feel like it's starting to drag on, and then all of a sudden something really action packed will happen, and it just keeps you enthralled in the book. And then before you know it, you finish the book, and it's a 600, 700 page book. You finished. But if you don't want to commit to sitting down and reading the series, I highly recommend the audio book on Audible. It's absolutely worth the investment, because there's 14 books altogether, and I'm reading them like in order. There is, I think, after book 6, there's a little like short story that goes in there, but I don't know whether I'm going to slot that in or not. We'll see how we go, because that was when it was published. But I'm just picking them off my shelf. I've got all of them on my shelf now. And because Robert Jordan died, for those that don't know about the Wheel of Time series and what happened there, in, I think it was 2007, Robert Jordan died. And Brandon Sanderson has completed the series, because he had taken so many notes and all that sort of stuff, and his wife was his editor. He was able to complete it for him. So it is a complete series. It's not like what's his name, Patrick Ruffus or Game of Thrones dude, where they haven't finished their series. So yeah, which is really disappointing for the Name of the Wind series. Like, that is such a good book, and we've only got 2, and it's been 10 years. I don't think we're getting book 3, to be honest. There's also was not on camera for the live discussion. Okay, cool. It's pretty easy. Can help if you want. Oh, gee, what's going on? It keeps jumping on. I don't know. All 14 decades ago until Jordan died. Yeah, on that. But they have been, like, it's completed, and Brandon Sanderson completed it. As I said, I'm about halfway through, or just under halfway through, of book 5, and I'm absolutely enthralled by it. Like, I really enjoyed the story. I did have to have a break in May from it. But I'm picking it up again, because I'm actually doing it as a buddy read with Storytime from Sid and Coda, and there's a couple other people as well that are doing it. But Sid has just got to book 7, I believe, and I think she's going to take a month break on that. But we're trying to do one a month. As I said, I'm almost halfway through book 5, and I've got that on audio. So this week sometime I'll crank that back up again and start listening it. Okay, so that is, I wanted the UK Sanderson hardcovers. I got a couple. Kings of Small Chunk Pages, 1,000-page book. Yeah. 1,000-page books are a bit daunting, and I just try to think of it. I'm just reading 3 books this month, even though it's 1, and just break it down in my own head. It works for me, so it makes it super easy. Yeah, that way I don't feel so intimidated by it. So I treat it like an omnibus instead of an individual book. Does that make sense? Like, you know how you've got to sometimes mentally think about things before you can tackle it? That's what I tend to do. I just think of them as it's 3 books in one. And I try to read 300 pages a week if it's a big book. Do you know what I mean? Like, especially some of these Wheel of Time ones. Sorry, it came apart. Eek. Not sure what that was about. My studio, paint watercolor, and it's a mess. It's always a mess. The name of my craft channel is Davana Lee Design Studio with Nicole Reid. If you put Davana Lee Design Studio, DARVANALLE is how you spell Davana Lee. How it sounds, Davana Lee. And the reason it's Vana is because my daughter's name is Savannah. Everybody pronounces it as Savannah, but it's actually Spanish, and it should be pronounced Savannah. And that's why, yeah, That's why I pronounce it that way. And my eldest daughter's name is Dharma, and my youngest daughter, her name is Neralee. And so we've taken DAR, we dropped the H out of Dharma and took DAR, then the Vanna, and then the Lee from my daughters. So from oldest to youngest, and that's how we got Davana Lee. And out of all three daughters, the only one that probably will do anything with any of the stuff in here will be Savannah or Savannah. We mostly call her Savannah because that's what everybody else does, and calls her as well. So yeah, I've got I have all sorts of stuff go up on the channel every Wednesday. There's sewing tutorials, and then basically I have slow stitching Saturday. Stitch with Me's diamond painting will sometimes go up there as well. And at the moment I'm working on this piece here by Jasmine Beckett Griffith. There we go, hopefully that focus. And it is 24 inches by 32 inches, and I want to have it finished by the end of the month. And you can see there, hopefully the camera doesn't drop out, it's quite a big one, and I've just started it. So I started it back in 2021, and then I put it away because I didn't have room, because we were still in the process of sort of renovating. And then I got this foldable table and a jigsaw puzzle thing to pop it on. So when I'm listening to audiobooks or stuff like that, I can do some diamond painting and drop it down. And generally I'll just film it and then I'll do a voiceover, and then I don't have to worry about it. All right. You have to jump in. It's very good, very involved, many moving parts. I suggest the Hyra read audio. Yep. And annotate. Awesome. Take notes. I forget what book that was for, but yeah. All right. Good to know. Oh, I'm excited. Thank you. And Big Hub Books. I want to start next year and finish in 1 year. I'm not too sure what book. I think I missed it because the comments all jumped up and down. I don't know if I've got it linked in. I don't think I've got anything underneath the channels, but yeah, I can put it into the comments, and that way you can get to it from there. But in the next sprint I'll add it underneath. And I generally, like, for the most part, I just talk about books on this, but because I've been doing a lot of sprinting and stuff like that, I have just been adding the oops, sorry, just changed it just in time. Yeah, so I have been talking a little bit more about it over here, and just bear with me for a minute. I will just post that down there in the comments for you. Yeah, so you can see it there. And yeah, oh, thank you, Zara. I really appreciate that. And I've also got a Patreon channel as well for the craft one. So it's busy times for me. I'm always on camera. I'm always filming something. My family walk out and they come out into the studio from the house, and you see they like tiptoe, so because they're not sure, because they always just hear me talking to myself. But yeah, every Wednesday is a sewing tutorial, and that can be anything from generally not clothing. I haven't tackled clothing yet. It's something that I do want to do, but I'm just not there yet. It's mostly like block of the month. We'll have, you know, things that you can use around the house and stuff like that. There is a ton of stuff. And then as I said, I also do cross stitch, diamond painting, and other stitching. So I put up videos for that, and every Thursday I have a live stream on the channel as well, and I work stuff off my shelves to get them finished and stuff like that. And people ask questions, and we generally just have a bit of a chit chat and all that sort of stuff. All right, so we have now got to the end of the comments, and so we'll go for another sprint. We've gone well over 20 minutes. I think we've gone over. All right, let me just reset this and we can get started, and I can continue listening and doing some more stuff around the studio. All right, I will see you very soon. Hello, everybody. How did everybody go with that sprint? I made a big mess. I've got all these from underneath the cupboards, and I stacked up all my diamond paintings. Yeah, I got a few, and all big ones too. I've got a whole heap of 30 by 30, but most of them are pretty big. And then there's, in each of these boxes, there's 2 diamond paintings plus a craft and all that sort of stuff as well. So yeah, I have a few. All right, so Maya is, I'm actually catching these sprints for the first time. Hope everyone has a good weekend. Haven't decided what to read yet. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining. I really appreciate you being here. Everybody is saying hello to Maya. I think that's how you pronounce your name. I'm sorry if it isn't. Hello, hello, hello. Everybody's saying hello. And hello to Beach Bum Bookworm. Welcome. Hello, getting ready to lay down, but wanted to stop and say hi. Thank you for popping in. I really do appreciate it. I have no idea what I am up to. Let me just see. I'm up to chapter 20 is what I got up to. So 2 chapters I think I read that time. I didn't have the book on for a little bit because I kept bumping it off my ear because I was down in the cupboard. So just got off Sunday Sprints with Tiffany and seeing yours was on. Decided what to read. Cool. Hopefully you've decided. Hey, Rolanda, you're back. Awesome. And everybody's saying hello. Lots of hellos that time. A few people joined. So yeah, I have made progress. Let me just, there we go. So I've got to sort these boxes out. I had an Advent box that I got. Not last year, the year before. I hadn't even pulled everything out of that. So yeah, I got that all out, all the little bits and pieces, and yeah, they had some places and all sorts of stuff in it. So I've just been putting that away. And the bottom shelf there had just diamond painting shoved in there. So I've organised all that, and that top shelf there is all stationery. So that's all my art pens and pencils and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, so although I found a page out of my doodle book, but I didn't find the book, so I don't know where that is. So this, I was practicing to draw flowers and stuff like that. I can't draw to save my life, but yeah, I was playing around with it, just yeah, drawing little flowers and stuff like that, and trying to get them sorted. And this was from May 2020, but I don't know where the rest of my book has gone. And I bet you my bottom dollar, my daughter pulled this page out because I'm pretty sure there was only 2 or 3 pages, and she took it because she's the artist in the family. She can draw and paint and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, she took all. I guarantee you that's what she's done because she always gets in there. And yeah, shocker. Working on the camp by Nancy. It is a e-arc. I think it may be slasher like Friday 13th. 5, only 2% in. Oh, that's good. That's different. I love your craft room. So organized looking. It's not. It's a disaster. If you could see it this way, just piles of rubbish everywhere. I'm just like getting stuff out of boxes and just yeah, just cleaning out the cupboards and all the rest of it. And now I'm all sniffly and sneezy and all the rest of it. So yeah, but I think what I'm going to do with these, these were a club that I was in. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm pretty sure I got 9 months worth. I think I've actually chucked out a couple of the boxes, but it usually comes with some sort of craft, and then it'll come with 1 or 2 diamond paintings. This one came with 2. This was the New Year one. It came with a mythical unicorn, which I think I've seen before. So it's actually out of the box. And some ornaments and stuff like that it came with as well. So you can see there, it's got some ornaments. And then it came with the drills that I need for the diamond painting. but I've left most of these in here because it's easier to stack them. So I'm thinking, and then they came in a box like that. So I'm thinking that maybe if I stack these down the bottom, I might be able to, with a bit of a play around, I might be able to get like two side by side down the bottom and stack them to the top of the thing. So this got two diamond paintings in it as well. So, and if they don't fit, then I'm just going to get rid of the boxes altogether. But the boxes are good for storage, I'm thinking. So, yeah. But anyway, it is what it is. It is getting a little bit more organized. Hopefully, I will get it sorted. It won't be by the end of today. I'll probably, because I've got to do editing and stuff, but I've made a big dent today, and I've just got rid of a whole stack of stuff that was sitting on that bench and put in those cubes in the first sprint. And they're more diamond painting ones there. They're from, they look like they're all from the Diamond Art Club, and that's 2 deep. So there's 8 sitting there. They're really big ones, like this one here as well. So Alan read a chapter, awesome, while watching the basketball playoffs, awesome. Yes, I'm at work. I'm at the other end of the studio because I work from home. So yeah, I am doing a bit of work today while sprinting, and just trying to get my craft room a bit more organized, because it's always a disaster area behind me, and I had all stuff stacked up on that bench there. So I've just put the wool. It was all in 3 different places, so I've brought all the wool to one place, and now I'm organizing my stationery cupboard and my diamond painting cupboard. And I've got another cupboard to the side for larger diamond paint, which they will sit in, and it also has all my craft machines, so like my Silhouette and my Brother Scan and Cut, which I only use my Brother Scan and Cut to sort out embroidery and stuff, to transfer that into a PDF file. So see, to me it is unorganized, like, because although I'm getting better, so I've got a couple of these trolleys that have current stuff in it. So I've got like what we call whips in it, and so I've got, each project has something in it. Those containers up there, they're only a new addition, and they also have quilts and whips that I'm doing, or projects that are about to start. Last time I went to Kmart, I couldn't get any of those. And as I said, I'm going to put another shelf up a bit higher and have them all stacked on there, and they'll have L brackets. And then that'll sort that out. And then that cupboard there behind me is a bulk storage. So it'll have extra washi tape, extra toy fill, double-sided tape, extra bag supplies that don't fit in those green containers up there, up above me on that side there. That's all bag hardware for all the bags that I make. Although I haven't been making many handbags as much these days, but I still do get the occasional custom. But yes, so this is the other end that you guys don't get to see, where I do a lot of my work. So you can see my tripods here for filming my diamond painting, and then let me see if it, let me turn it. Then I've got this bench up here, which now has a mountain of stuff all over it. But this is where I also do a bit of filming up here. I do like stitch with me's and stuff like that. So you can see there's my frame that I'll put my cross stitch on, and I do journaling and all that sort of stuff up there as well. And that's where this camera comes in handy. But it's just got stuff piled on there at the moment because I'm cleaning that other end up, and it's been a mess for quite some time. So I wanted to get it sorted, and I thought today would be a perfect day, because it's rainy and it's overcast and it's a little bit chilly. Not super cold here today. I thought it'd be a great day to get it all sorted and then do some editing and stuff after lunch. Yeah, a lot of people say it's organized, but to me it's a mess. When you've got so many different crafts that you do, it can sometimes get on top of you. I have a diamond painting that I need to start, but it sits there intimidating me. It's a Grinch one, so I need to start it. Maybe we'll finish it by Christmas. Look, they're really addictive. What I do, I don't always do it. Like if I do a bit of diamond painting, so you can see this one here is the one I'm doing now. So Jasmine Beckett Griffith is my favorite artist, and I have several of hers here. in those boxes up behind me. And this is 24 inches by 32 inches. And I basically just break it down and just do a little bit at a time. But sometimes if I'm not feeling it, I'll just put an audiobook in and you just lose yourself in doing them. At the moment, Add More Zest is a YouTube channel. She's doing the June Waffle. She's based in the UK, and each day she films an hour of her doing her little section over 30 days. So maybe go check her out and start doing it and just do a little section each day. Break it up. Okay, where were we up to? There we are. I'm working on a crochet hat and decided not to read. I just finished Grace of Kings earlier today and so need a break. That's fair enough. I like to have a bit of a break between books too, with a bit of craft or something like that. Although my husband goes, don't you ever get sick of doing craft? I'm like, don't you ever get sick of watching TV? He shuts up. Because his thing is watching TV, and he watches some crappy TV. Whereas I'd much rather come out and do some crochet, not necessarily crochet, but quilting, maybe do some crochet, maybe do some diamond painting. My main hobby is cross stitch, and I do a lot of cross stitch, but a lot of my time has been taken up by the magazine of late. So I've got about 50, 55 projects on the go in cross stitch in varying different sizes. And just recently I've decided to scrap 2 of my Hades that I'd only just started. And Hades are Heaven and Earth design, and they're full coverage. So every hole on that cross stitch actually has a stitch in it. And I decided to scrap them, and I'm going to do them as diamond paintings. I'm going to get a blank canvas and do them as a diamond painting instead, because I only done like a couple of hundred stitches. Some of them have over 500,000 stitches in them. So I thought, you know what, I'm not getting to them. And I thought, one is a Christmas one by what's his name, Ciro Marchetti. It's called Christmas 2, and the other one is by Amy Stewart, and it's called Magic Study. So the company that sells those cross stitches also do diamond painting canvases. So we just send them. We've already got the cross stitch, and essentially the symbols on diamond painting are exactly the same as cross stitch, and they're DMC colors. So basically, all I need to do is buy the drills for it and buy the canvas, and then I can use the pattern to create the Magic Study. So that's what I'm going to do. So I just decided the other day when I was talking to a friend of mine, and I just went, you know what, I'm not going to get to them because I'm concentrating on other ones. They're going to sit there for ages, and they've only got a little bit in them. So I'm just going to pull the thread out, put the fabric away, put the floss back into stock, and well, not into stock, but into my stock, and then just do them as a diamond painting and get them done on that. So yeah. So to answer your question from before, when I left, I'm making quite a few project bags. I'd sell them as I'd like to sell them down the track. I haven't tried your new one yet, but I'm hoping to this week. Okay, awesome. Excellent. And yes, it's looking good. If yours is anything like mine, need constant cleaning, organizing, yeah, it does. It really does. What, you're scrapping 2 Hades? Which ones? Well, I am, as I just said, I'm scrapping Magic Study, which I cannot get to because it's behind this wall of floss at the moment. Yeah. So Amy Stewart, I think it is, and Ciro Marchetti. Everybody, yay, saying hello. Yeah. So I just figured, I mean, I'd love to do almost cross stitch. The Ciro Marchetti one has just over 500,000 stitches in it. I think it has, and it's big. And the Magic Study one is just under 500,000 stitches, and like I've done about 200 stitches in them, and the chances of me getting to them are pretty darn slim. So I just figured I'll scrap them, do them as diamond, because I want to do them, but I'll do them as diamond painting, which will probably take just as long, but not as long, if that makes any sense, because you've seen how much, if you've seen the picture over my Facebook group, you've seen how much I've done since last week to last night on the diamond painting. You can get them done pretty quick, and you just break it down and do a little bit at a time. No, they won't be go. They won't. You won't get them as a new home because I'm using the pattern to do the diamond painting. And as I said, it's only got like 200 stitches in it, and so I'm going to pull that out and use the fabric for something else. So sorry, hon, not giving the pattern away, and I can't anyway because it's a PDF because of copyright and stuff like that. So yeah. And the floss is all bobbinated up and all that sort of stuff. It'll just go into my back into my stitching box and whatnot. And actually, it'll probably just stay in the box, and then I will just have a look. So, but no, they're not going to new home. They're just getting done differently. Sorry. Nice try though. Courtney, tell everyone who you saw in concert last night. Who did you see in concert last night? Courtney, do tell. Who did you see? All right. Well, we've got to the end of the comments, and obviously Courtney might comment, or she may have toddled off to bed. I don't know, but because it's getting pretty late. We've just had the alarm. Sure, you were. Landigo's just joking. Sure. I mean, I would have asked the same question. Yeah. So we've just the alarm's just gone off. Ed Sheeran. Oh, awesome! I was so happy to see that he won his court case the other day. Like that has kept that tied up for so long. Yeah, I'm super happy to see he won his case. Was it a good concert? Hope you enjoyed it. I would like to go and see him. Evanescence is coming here in August, and I was wanting to go and see it, but I don't know. It's an outdoor concert. I don't know whether I want to go to an outdoor concert. I'm too old. It's cold. It's on the water. No, don't think so. All right, we're going to go to another sprint. So let me just restart that, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. All right. Oh, excuse me. How did everybody go with that sprint? I got it all cleaned and sorted. Moved the table. So yeah, it's looking heaps better. I had a white trolley behind me, but that had no feet on it, so I swapped it to put it down in that end. Not that you can really see it, but yeah. So it's at the edge of the table, and I've moved this table up a bit, which means that I'll have room to get up because it was a little bit of a tight squeeze to get up to my stitch with me's and stuff like that. But it's looking heaps better, and the cupboards are all organised, and all the diamond paintings that I had sitting up there, I've put up the top on top of that cupboard there, and all of the ones that I had sitting on the table all fit down in the bottom. I don't think you can see it. Let me just bring it over a bit. There we go. They all fit down in the bottom. So they're all packed away neatly. I didn't pull everything out of those boxes. I just left them as they were. My stationery's all done. I put a whole heap of leads and everything away in the electrical cupboard. So yeah, if you could only see that end of the studio, I've gone from messy to there. But it's all done. It's getting done, and that's the main thing. And this is so this one here, this has got some fabric down the bottom that came in some kits and whatnot that I need to sort out. I've got my zippers that I need for my project bags are all in here, and a couple of little spare containers as well for the zipper pulls and stuff. I also have my accounts book that I have for my Patreon and what I spend for sending out and all that each month. I've got to move this cabinet here that has all the floss. Like, I don't need any more floss, but this is a different brand of floss. This is mostly used for embroidery. So I've just got to move this so I can put my master set of DMC away, because these actually fit on the shelves and have the handle, and I found my label, so I'm able to label them now. So I've got DMC, CXC, Silks for You, Madeira, and Cosmo threads. I don't have a full set of Madeira or Silks for You, but I do have a full set of Cosmo and DMC and CXC. So because I do a lot of cross-stitch design and stuff like that as well, so I have the different flosses for different projects and whatnot. And then I've got my little stool that I sit on. Keep sliding around. But it's been a very productive day, and I'm up to, let me see what chapter I'm up to, because I'm not even looking at it when I'm finishing. I'm up to chapter 21 of book 2 in the Sweet Magnolia series. And if I'm still going this afternoon, I'll probably, like in the studio, I've got some editing to do, but I want to get all this cleaned up because I've got 2 customers coming this week to drop quilts in and pick quilts up. So I need to keep going with what I'm working on and getting it all sorted. So I'll probably end up editing into the wee hours. All right, so where are we at? Here we are. So you went and seen Ed Sheeran, and Rolanda says she loves Ed Sheeran, and it was amazing graphics and is lively, and you thoroughly enjoyed it. That is awesome. He's one that I do want to go and see, but I'm not sure when he's coming to Australia next. But as I was saying before we went to the sprint, I was really happy that he won that case, because I just thought that that was really uncalled for. Alan says that Ed Sheeran gives him shivers, he likes him too. Danny is headed off to bed. If you're still here, good night. Hope you have a good sleep. And while he's thinking out loud, he's perfect. Yes, I do. I do agree with that. He is absolutely lovely. And saying bye to Danny. Thank you for joining, Danny. If you end up coming back to see what was said and everything. Hello, Happy Haunts Library. Let me think. Lauren, is it? Tell me if I'm right. Getting better. Everyone, not too long. Sprinting tonight, but I thought I'd pop in. I'm basically cleaning up my craft room and organising it. And from the beginning of the sprints to now, this end is all organised. It's taken, was it 3 sprints that we've done? So yeah, so we've been on for 3.5 hours, and it's just gone 12 o'clock. We'll probably do a couple more, see how we go. I'm probably going to stay on until I'm finished cleaning up my studio. So I've got nowhere else to go, or at least until I finish my book, which I'm listening to. Giga is saying hi, and hi back, and we got to 17%. Take it like candy, Ivy Tolan, which is a slasher. Awesome. Yes, I am a busy lady. I have lots of stuff going on. People often ask me when I sleep. I do sleep, except for when the neighbours being noisy, but I do sleep. I just have everything. Well, now I'm starting to get like I have stations because I film all the time. I've got like a Stitch With Me station here. This here is over here is going to end up being like a journaling or a slow stitching Saturday, and I'm getting a couple more of these overhead cameras and some webcams and stuff like that. And I've got to get some more studio lights as well, because as you can see, it's not great at night. If I sit here, it's very bright because it's dark everywhere else, but because the daylight's coming in, and I'm hoping that this will help with that, it'll make it a little bit brighter. At the moment, I've just got the overhead lights on, which are fluorescents, but they're fluorescent daylights, so they're quite bright. And then I've got two studio lights. I've got a studio light in front of me, and then I've got one just here as well, shining onto my diamond painting. But yeah, I'm hoping to get all the stations set up a little bit better, so I don't have to keep setting up and pulling it down. This section here, next to the printer, is where I used to do all my editing and stuff like that. But I found sitting in the particular chairs that I had for long hours used to really start to hurt my back, and I'd get pins and needles because it was a bar stool, because I'm extremely short. And these are the height of kitchen cupboards, so I need a bar stool to sit at them, all the benches. So this section here, I can do like a slow stitching Saturday where I'm just working on stuff that is really, it's slow stitching essentially. So I'm doing everything by hand. So I'm looking to have that all set up there. The printer will pretty much probably stay where it is. If not, it'll go in the cupboard. But because it's a Wi-Fi printer, and when it sits in the cupboard underneath the bench just behind the computer here, it sometimes doesn't pick up the Wi-Fi because it's coming, like, I've got to put a booster in, but then when I put the booster in, it draws all of the signal, and then the TV's inside won't work. I don't know what it is, but anyway, for now it's okay. I'm thinking that I might, I don't know if you can see it, but above there's that shelf just up there. I'm thinking of bringing that shelf down a bit lower and sitting the printer off that and get it off the bench. At least then that'll give me a little bit more bench space. And my husband's got to bring home a drill piece for me to drill holes in the top, so I can get, so you can see here I've got leads, so I can get the leads down off the bench tops as well. And then that means that all along this area here where I've got all this stuff, I can put some more shelving on this wall just here. Okay, and I'm just going to get the L brackets and put them on. I was going to get floating shelf and all that sort of stuff, and then I was going to put kitchen cupboards up, but I just need to get shelves up there so I can have some of my those folders and things have all the bingo challenges in them, and it also has like patterns that I'm working on, like designs and stuff like that. And like there's art books up there, there's journals up there that I work on and stuff like that. And I'd like to get all of that stuff off the bench so it'll give me more room. You know, like every sewing room needs some cuticle remover, doesn't it? That's what that white bottle is. And I've got pencils and I've got inks and it goes all the way around. And then normally where I sit on the couch in front of me, where the computer normally is, there's a big cutting bench. I can't spin it that way because it'll pull the leads out because I've got everything everywhere at the moment. But yeah, so I'll do a tour on my craft channel one day. Yeah, and there's a board up here that I want to pull down, and on the windows just over here, because this is the front of my house. This was a veranda that I closed in, or a porch you might call it if you're in the States. Here we call it a veranda. So I want to get some wooden Venetian blinds to put on these on the outside and cover up the window. And that window will eventually lead to our library, which was my middle daughter's bedroom. But she said that we could renovate it as long as we turned it into a library. And I'm like, I'm down with that. I'm happy to do that because I've always wanted a library. So she can move out and she can have a sofa bed in there. So we've got a little sofa in there now, and we've just got to paint it and strip the walls back and all that sort of stuff. But I'm waiting on scaffolding for that because we have 12-foot ceilings out here. I have normal height ceilings because this is a veranda, but in the house we have 12-foot ceilings. So yeah. So yes, I am a very busy lady. At some days I just want to sit down. Alyssa says, hardly read dinner, got here and had a bunch of interruptions. Don't you just, that is annoying when you sit down to read and you get all these interruptions. Got 55%. My goal is to get to 61 tonight, but I'll have to read like 5 mangas and comics tonight. Okay, might still pull it off. Oof, you're a busy lady too. Jeez, that's a lot of reading. It's worse when someone calls me by... It's worse when someone calls me by my name and proceeds to have a whole conversation with me. Meanwhile, I don't remember. Yeah. I get that all the time. I know when it's someone that has seen me on YouTube because they'll call out Davana Lee instead of Nicole, and I'll hear that straight away. Or they'll come up and they'll chat to me and I'm looking at them with a blank expression on my face, like, and I'm fully engaged in the conversation with them, but the whole time I'm thinking, I have no idea who you are or what your name is. And then if it's someone that I've like gone to school with, which is rare because I went to a lot of different schools, but if I catch up with someone from my teenage years or something like that, and sometimes I'll forget their name and I'll just start calling everybody hun. Because it's just the easiest way to get out of it. Didn't read. I was told by my doctor I must start exercising for my health as I have heart issues. So I did some excellent. Well done. May I suggest that you, if you're just starting out to exercise, Stormy, go and check out Grow with Jo. She does a lot of walking on the spot exercises and really low impact exercises. She's got a whole ton on there. She's got like a couple million subscribers, but when I started out again, I was just doing it, and she'll have 10-minute and 15-minute videos and stuff like that. So go check her out. Her name is Grow with Jo is the channel. That's what I was thinking too, Courtney. That is a lot. Yes, it's Lauren. Oh, look at that. There you go. 2 names tonight that I remembered. That is awesome. And Zara went to sleep. Well, you know, at least the alarm was set. Hopefully it didn't scare you too much and you didn't waste your whole day sleeping. I sometimes will go for a nap and then I get really cranky at myself because I'll end up sleeping too long and I've wasted you know, potential hours of reading or crafting or something along those lines for myself, especially on weekends. I get really frustrated, but sometimes you've just got to sleep. Last night, our neighbours, we've had a good result. Like the guy that owns the place, he came and got rid of a couple and it's been really quiet. Last night, there was a domestic there. So there was kids, which I thought it was the neighbours across the road, which I thought was strange for 10 o'clock at night. But there was a domestic and the police actually came last night and my husband got to talk to them and they said that they can't come up unless it's a domestic. And I'm like, really? That's just, you know, they're disturbing the peace. I thought that would be, you know, yeah, it's not too bad. Libby's coming for them. Libby police, yeah. I don't have Libby, so, but I did lose a couple of books to borrow box. They went back. And whatnot. So yeah, Aaron go live. That's an impressive room. Is that your normal reading space too? Sometimes, yeah, I do read out here a lot by audiobook. This is my work area, like, because I work from home. I have done since 2010, and it was just originally I just done quilting, and now I do YouTube and all the rest of it. So I have multiple streams of income coming into the house. And originally it was just to keep me out of trouble and stop me from getting bored, because I was home with the kids and they had gone off to school. So I was pretty much home for 6 hours a day, and they were the only hours that I worked. So I was there for them in the morning and there for them in the afternoon. And slowly but surely it's got bigger and bigger. And now I do YouTube and all that sort of stuff. And I have a little couch that I normally sit on, which I don't think you've been here before, Erin. I have a couch that I normally sit on, and I've got my books out here as well. I've got some of my library out here, and then I've got another 7 bookshelves in the house that are full of books as well. And then a little trolley beside my bed. Yeah, and then one behind my door. Like, I've got books everywhere, so I've got to turn this room into a library because it's becoming ridiculous. The whole house is becoming a library and craft room. I'm slowly moving my family out and taking it over, which has been a running joke with a lot of my friends for a long time. They say to my kids and to my husband, be careful because she'll slowly move you out. Like, I will not. That's just wrong. But yeah, so I do a lot of reading sprints out here, but normally I'm sitting on the couch. It's just today, I don't normally do reading sprints on a Monday, but for the month of June, we're doing a massive catch up of the Serialized Book Club and all that sort of stuff. So I'm catching up on buddy reads and catching up on books that I have to read for the book clubs. So I'm also organising some of my craft room as well. So yeah, so not only these are just craft books here. And that's not all of them. I also have another shelf over there that's got about 20 on it. But they're a lot of my craft books. Then I've got a lot of other books, novels, and all that sort of stuff in the house. And then near the couch where I sit, just as you come out the door, there's is my TBR shelf. And behind the door that you'll see, if you've gone on to other videos where you'll see me sitting on the couch, there is a one shelf on that bookshelf is stuff that has been read, and part of double up books that I've got from Book Grocer boxes. So they'll go to like a book exchange, or I'll send them off to friends, which I've done in the past. And yeah, and so basically, but the rest of it is all TBR. So the books that are out here, apart from the craft ones, are all to be read, except for my classics, because I keep the classics out here just on a shelf, a makeshift shelf as well. So yeah, if I had it my way, my whole house would be a library and a craft room. Half of it would be craft, the other half would be library. Shocking. Yeah, so I spend a lot of time out here, and I do a lot of reading in my bedroom as well. Because my husband likes TV, and no matter how much I try, I cannot be in a room when the TV is going. It's just it just distracts me too much. So yeah. Okay, I'll ignore your it's all good. It's all good. I've seen her while looking for exercise videos. Yeah, I highly recommend her, because when I first started out, Stormy, like I had been in the gym for a while. 7 years ago, I was in the gym every day, and then I had been out of it for a while. And I thought, if I go in there and get on the treadmill, I'm probably gonna have like a coronary or something, because I'm not fit. I haven't done any exercise in the minimum of 5 years. So I thought I'll do a couple of her videos. Just make sure that you've got heaps of water. And I would recommend, if you're just starting out, have decent shoes on. Don't do it barefoot, because you can get shin splints and stuff like that. And just pick some of her low impact 10-minute ones and just start out with them. And if you're struggling to do it while standing up, sit on a chair and do the same things that she's doing with her legs, and get yourself moving and get your heart rate up a little bit. But just, yeah, make sure you take it easy. Yeah, Courtney was going to suggest Grow with Jo as well. Robert's Gym's another good channel. Yeah, I haven't watched that one, but I have seen it pop up every now and again. So yeah, I'll have to go and sort of suss that one out as well and see how I go with that one. Love it. It's the first time here. Well, welcome to the channel. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope that you enjoy your time here. As I was saying, we do have sprints Monday and Friday every week in June. So you'll get lots of reading done. If not, sitting around talking to everybody in the comments is also good as well. And I figured that's what you meant, that you had books everywhere. Oh, good. So very happy to see some new faces here. It's always nice to meet new people. What's wrong with Whole House becoming a library and a craft room? Sounds like a perfect place to me. Well, if me and Savannah were here, that's exactly what our house would be, because as Savannah said, you can renovate the room, but it has to be a library. I'm like, I'm all over that. And Neralee's taking one of the small, I've got like a little small office nook, which I outgrew very quickly when I moved in here. She's taking that over, and she's going to have all plants in there. And so I said to her, I'm getting a chair to put in there, so if I want to go in and sit in there, I can read in there as well. So it would be really nice to have that sort of, area as well. But I agree, Rolanda, it would be a perfect place to live. Books and like craft. What is the circular case behind you? It looks awesome. Okay, this is embroidery floss. So it has 425 colours on it, and that's what we use for cross stitch and embroidery. So it is a tower that has all that on it, because I also do retreats and stuff like that. So I take some floss with me, and it's the same as this here. This is another brand of embroidery floss called Cosmo, and it's a little wall of it. So when the library gets set up and it's all done, the books that are out here will obviously go into the library, and that area where that book sits, that's where this will go and sit there. And then I'll be able to, because there's also a wall behind it, but also able to put some shelves above it and give me more storage room, just for things like embroidery hoops and all that sort of stuff that I generally have in stock that I sell online and stuff like that. But this floss here is generally used, it's a Japanese floss, is generally used for hand embroidery. So your fancy works, like back stitches and all that sort of stuff. And the big tower behind me, that is used also for embroidery, but a lot of people that do cross stitch, actually, when they design with the DMC, because DMC is readily available globally, whereas Cosmo is it is available globally as well, but it is not as common in every craft shop and whatnot. So yeah, both of them have got 425 colors on the DMC, and I'm pretty sure that this one's got 445 colors in it. So yeah. All right. So so hopefully that answers your question. It's like lots of color in here. I took my husband to Spotlight on the weekend, and Rolanda, you'll get to see this on the Patreon. So funny. Spotlight is like, if you're in the United States, it's like Joann's or Michael's. So it has a lot of craft stuff, and like you get really good sales and all that sort of stuff. So it's our go-to place. And I took my husband there, and at the beginning of the video, he goes, I said, we're going to Spotlight, and he goes, yeah, it's great. You walk in, you see all this color, and then you realize 5 seconds later, there's nothing here that I like or I need or I'm interested in. But as we were walking around, I didn't get it on camera, but as we were walking around, there was an old guy, would have been in his late 60s, I reckon, early 70s, walking along with his wife, and she's looking at this and looking at that. I'm doing the same thing and whatnot. And then Brendan and him stop and have a conversation about how great it looks and all the rest of it, but there's really nothing here for us and all the rest of it. And his wife turned around and went, oh, suck it up, princess, and just come on. And I'm like, it was so unexpected to come out of this lady's mouth. I'm just like, I couldn't have said it better myself. Have a great day. I just had to walk off because I was just laughing my head off. And here's Brendan and this old guy having a chin wag in the aisle. People are trying to get around them and all the rest of it, and they're laughing about being in Spotlight and all the rest of it. But my husband encourages me to spend. So yeah. It's so true, isn't it, really? Courtney's saying that she does grow with Joe and use small weights for a bit more of a challenge. Yeah, as you get more experience at it, you can, and it is a phenomenal amount of floss. And I also have a another brand that I get from China that I use for a lot of my, and it's the same colors as the DMC, maybe slightly different. I use a lot of those colors for my personal designing and stuff like that, because I don't want to waste all my stock if I don't really like the colors that I've put together. And sometimes you can put the floss down and it's not until you stitch them that you see, it's not that real crash hot. But when I produce my patterns, they'll be for DMC. If I do embroidery, because I design in both, I will do Cosmo floss for that. So anything like red work, this is a sample of red work. And this is a sample of cross stitch, although this one was done in Cosmo because this was set off to a pattern tester. And she's an embroiderer and she likes working with Cosmo. So I did one in Cosmo for her. So yeah, so I design all that sort of stuff and put a magazine out it seems like every month now, but there's 4 months that we miss throughout the year. So we're missing June, but then there'll be one in July, August and September, and October and November, and then we miss December, January, March and June, I think it is. So yeah, and that's all part of my Patreon now. So yeah, and I help expose people to indie designers and stuff. So it's a lot of people that are just starting out designing and whatnot that get in it. Originally it was all Australian, but there wasn't as many Australian people that wanted to be a part of it. So now we do globally. It is it was so funny. You would have been laughing your head off if you were there. Brendan's very animated at times and can be very crass. There's a bit that I actually have to edit out because he dropped the F-bomb. I'm like, dude, you won't be allowed to be on my channel if you keep swearing. Stop it. Ladies were just walking past laughing. I've some embroidery thread. I got it last year to decorate a work bag and never started. You should start it. Give it a go. It's very addictive, so be careful. Okay, come over to the dark side, Shell. You should. You know, there is a husband chair outside that was put there just for them to wait. Brendan actually likes walking around Spotlight. He does point things out to me and stuff like that. Like yesterday, he pointed out, he didn't end up buying it for me. This was Saturday, rather, sorry. He didn't end up buying it for me, but he did point out a wooden stand that holds all the ribbons. I think it was like $35. He ended up getting it priced. And he said, do you want it? I'm like, no, I don't want it because not right now. I do want it, but I don't want it right now because I've got nowhere to sit it. I've got to organize the sewing room first. And he's like, yeah, fair enough then. He goes, it'll just be more stuff to move around. Hello, Chrissy. Thanks for you have been busy and just started. Yep. And look, I've been busy and organizing. So yeah. Exactly. I was just reading the comment underneath that. I love it when I see a random husband holding a pocketbook like it's a bag of groceries. Oh, it's funny. We used to joke about it here. I used to work at a craft shop here, and we used to joke about it all the time. We needed to have a beer fridge and put some chairs out the front, and the men could sit out the front and chinwag, and their wives could go in and shop and do classes and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Good night, Courtney. Have a good sleep, and I'll hopefully catch you during the week on your sprints or over here again. So have a good night. All right, everyone's just saying good night, and Courtney has said good night, and we have got to the end of the comments, so we're going to go for another sprint. Let me just go, and because the alarm did go off, let me just restart that, and we're going to go for another sprint, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Okay, we're back. Awesome. How did everybody go? I can see the floor over there now. I've been sneezing like nothing else. Been a lot of dust and everything, but I am really happy with my progress today. Even got the long out. There's a bit of stuff down there as well. I've got most of that put away now, which is good. And I think I'm up to chapter 24 of my book. So I started at chapter 15, so that's not too bad. Been just slowly going through it and getting it done, and then I'll be able to make my lemon bars, which I just put the cookbook in the kitchen. I've got a vacuum, and yeah, just put a few other things away, but I am really happy with my progress. That looks so much better. Looks so much better down this end now. There's not rubbish all on the ground. I mean, I had all stuff down on the floor in front of the cupboards. I couldn't even get into those cupboards at the beginning of today. This is in a better position as well, which means I can get to the drawers when I'm doing any sewing or anything like that. I can get to my sewing drawer that has all my feet and stuff in it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it's all turned out. As I said, I've got a vacuum. There's still stuff all over the floor, but it's a lot better than what it was. And I'm really, I like my... The problem was, like, I wanted to do crochet and knitting and stuff like that, but the problem was all the wool was put away, so I wasn't looking at it, so I'd forget about it. Like that cubby hole just there, that's so I can make a daisy blanket. So I want to do daisy flower granny squares. So I got all that the other day. So it's out now. So that's going to be my reminder. Some of this other wool was stuff that people had ordered and whatnot. So I'm just going to make my husband a perfect blanket. Probably just doing a granny spray, and just red, green, blue, red, and a lighter blue as well, like a bottle green. So I figured that's, they're pretty neutral colours for a guy. So yeah, and then all this yarn over near the tower, that is all like sock yarn and stuff like that. And underneath that there, I have 2 looms to make socks. So I'm going to do some loom knitting and stuff like that, which I haven't done before, so I'll be looking forward to learning how to do that. All right, where were we up to? All right, so Lauren got up to 20% in my mind, and then began working on a little assignment, writing assignment. Ooh, in my book. I figured that's what you meant. When I read it, I'm like, no, I think you meant in your book. All good. Nearly finished my book. Hope to get it finished last night, but started to talking to my daughter instead. Yeah, my daughter just rang before and I missed her call because I was out. But she's in Sydney, so I'll call her back tonight and whatnot. So yeah. Hey, is that embroidery thread rack behind you? Yes, it is. And that one as well. So all the pretty colors of the rainbow. I like that one. It's like a wall of embroidery floss. And yeah, and then I've got my big tower as well. And then that's all yarn that I've put up there today. Anyone that, Rolanda, you know that looks heaps better than what it did. Same as Chrissy as well, because they've seen behind me on the craft channel. But I just have to go down to Bunnings at some stage this week and grab, all I'm going to do is grab like some melamine shelving that's got the sealed edges on it, and some L brackets, and then I will be able to, where the clock is, that'll come down, and those quilt blocks, and then I'll put a shelf right across, because I think it comes in, just trying to think, I think it comes in like 600 wide, 600 millimeter wide, and the L brackets you can get in all different sizes, and that's all that's holding that stereo up with is L brackets. So I figured if I put a shelf, because I think I can get them at 2.4, and from memory that is a full bench top there, so I should be able to get a full shelf across, which it won't matter anyway because it'll go across the top of the pantry, the shelf that's behind the floss, the cupboard there, and you won't be able to see it anyway. But my main objective is to get a shelf across there, and then all those containers that are sitting on there, I can get them up and out of the way, especially on projects that I'm not working on a regular basis, and I'm getting a little step ladder. So if I need to, which just will fold down and fit underneath this bench over here. And then when I need anything, I can just get it. But I found my label maker because it went MIA. So I can put on non-permanent labels onto the front of the boxes, so I know exactly what they are. And all they are scrapbooking boxes. Then they're 12 inches by 12 inches, but they hold a lot. Like I've got a whole quilt in the one over that on the end, and then the one next to it on the same level in the middle one, that's also got a whole quilt in it as well, the fabrics that I needed for it and everything. So yeah, just trying to get absolutely organized so I can just find stuff and start labeling everything. Melinda's saying she's the same way. If it's put away, it's out of sight, out of mind. One day I'll get around to cleaning out my spare room, stock room, and get new shelves and all the rest of it. I found when I was in a smaller place, I actually ended up having bookshelves and set everything on my bookshelves. So I set all my fabric on bookshelves, and down the other end, all those bookshelves now actually have bolted fabric on them. And so I utilized them down that end. So I've got, I think, about 120 bolts of fabric down there, most of which I don't have on the website anymore. It's just stuff that I like to work with and whatnot. But yeah, I need hubby's help. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I actually assembled all the cupboards in here. The only thing I had help with was the bench tops, because I needed Brendan to help me hold them so I could cut them. But then he ended up cutting them for me. And so, yeah, we just ended up going down to Bunnings and just getting kitchen countertops and kitchen cupboards and put them together. So, yeah, Savannah and I actually did that together. We put one cupboard upside down, realized we put something upside down on it, so we had to undo it all again. It is a crafter's dream, but it is also my job too, so that's why I have it. The knitting's not, that's just something I want to do and want to learn and all the rest of it. 100% better, yeah, big time. I think a lot of people will be, oh my God, she's cleaned up behind her. Next time I'm on Floss Tube, there's a few videos still with that, but anyway, is floss the same as embroidery cotton? Okay, so embroidery floss is stranded floss, and there's all different types that you can get. The one that I've got here is 6 stranded floss, so you can separate the strands to do embroidery with. So, and it is cotton, but some people call embroidery cotton that's on the spool that you use for machine embroidery, so it's different. The machine embroidery stuff is a rayon usually, or a polyester, mostly rayon. Yeah, and that's used for your machine, whereas this is all for fancy work, so all your fancy stitches and stuff like white work and red work and embroidery and all that sort of stuff. But we call it floss. And if you walk in and said embroidery cotton, someone in a store, they would probably say, do you want it for a machine, or are you talking about floss? It's the same as when people talk about quilting. There is patchwork. There's 2 aspects to quilting. There is patchwork, which is where you cut up all your bits of fabric and sew them back together in pretty patterns. And then there is quilting, which is what I do, and that is finishing your quilt. So you put the pretty pattern with the cotton on and put the layers together. That is quilting, and a lot of people get those mixed up. And it's the same with embroidery, floss, and threads. So yeah, it's just a terminology thing. Where was up to? Here we go. I read and warmed up leftovers, sea scallops and peas. Oh, yum! Too lazy to make from scratch. I don't care. That sounds yum. Was it good? Did you enjoy it? I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was worth it. Everybody's saying hello. When they say, did you clean up this? To say, like, no, it's always been like that. Yeah. Of course not. It's always been perfectly organized. I'm a realist. Like, this is what my craft room looks like. It is not Instagram worthy. Nothing about my life is Instagram worthy. Yeah, it is a mess. It is a hot mess a lot of the time, and every now and again I have to take a day to do this. So yeah. Zara saying that her mum was an avid embroiderer. and it was only ever known as embroidery cotton, and sold that way. Okay, the term floss is a new one, hence my question. Possibly, I don't know. So since I've been doing it, I've always known it as floss. So yeah. But I think, actually, to be honest, I think floss might be an American term. And it seems that a lot more crafting stuff is going to the American terms of things as well. So maybe that is where it's the confusion is, maybe. I don't know. And I think it just, yeah, and it just depends, like, like what you're comfortable with and all the rest of it. I mean, it's the same thing. So at the end of the day, the only craft I seem to be sticking to recently is my 2023 crochet reading blanket. Yep, next year I may switch to a knitting one. Awesome. And what sort of, just plain knitting? So just garter stitching, knitting. This is where my crafts start to cross over. I said the girls on Zoom last night. I saw my craft room. I think a few of them were shocked. Was it because it's clean or because it's bombs gone off in there like mine? Sometimes, like, Brendan will walk out and goes, "Oh, gee, it looks really nice out here. You've got it all organised." Then you walk out 2 days later and go, "What the hell happened? I was looking for something." And that, hence why I want to get all of it organised. So the wool in one spot. So I've got my stationery and journal stuff now down there. My diamond paintings done. There's a cubby hole under here. I don't know if you can see it or not. There's a cubby hole just in here that has some baskets and stuff in there that have like stuff that I've made to take away to retreats and stuff. So that is like, it looks like a mess, but it's organised. And there's some fabric in a tub that I've just put under there because I kept kicking it when I was at the long arm machine, because under the long arm machine, my plan is to get some built-in wardrobe drawers from Bunnings. And I've seen it on a Facebook group, and they sit underneath my actual long arm machine. They'll sit under there really well and organize all that. And I've got a ton of stuff under there that I've been storing, like my personal fabric and all that sort of stuff. So I need to get that all sorted and into drawers, and so I can just open the drawer and see what I've got. At the moment, I've got tubs, and some of the tubs you can't see through. So I've got to pull them out, open it up, go through, and then there's multiple layers. So what I want to do with the drawers underneath there is get everything set in there really nicely. And then that way I can just put it in like a rainbow maybe or whatever, and then open it up and be able to see what I've got. And yeah, and that'll help me. And then I'll have one section that will just have scraps in it. Because I seem to be holding on to a lot of scraps but not using the scraps. So I'm thinking of different things that I can do to use them up. I was just saying, well, I cleaned it up, but there's a lot of crafty stuff in here. So not a mess, just lots and lots of stuff, yeah. That's like my friend Michelle up at Townsville. Like, we go on Zoom tours of her to help her pick her fabric and stuff when she's looking to do a quilt and stuff like that. So yeah, some people saying hello. Yeah, always known it as floss. Yeah, same. I see. My grandmother also did embroidery as well, and I've always known it as floss. And if I asked for cotton, she would give me a spool of cotton. But there are, like, you can get in embroidery cotton that's just a single strand, which is a 12 weight, like the pearl and all that sort of stuff. Like, if you're, maybe, was it like that, Zara? Was it like the floss, or was it that's behind me, or was it like in a little ball of embroidery stuff? Because embroidery, some embroidery cotton has got like pearl 8, pearl 12 and all that, and number 5s and whatnot. They come in a single one and they call them cottons. So it possibly could have been, I don't know. Maybe it's new, I don't know. But I've been doing it for a long time, since before Savannah was born, and it's always been known as floss. So she's turned 19 this year. So yeah, I've only knitted a scarf, so it'll probably be a standard stitch with colours alternating for the journals that you read. Awesome. Sounds like a plan. All right. Well, I am. What's the time? Oh, it's 20 to 2. Yeah, I was only going to do a short sprint this week. Anyway, I've still got some more stuff to do. So I'm happy to stay on for maybe 2 more sprints. So what I will do is I will just reset this and we'll go to a sprint now. I'm going to go and have some lunch first though, because I'm feeling a bit hungry. And then when we come back, we'll have another sprint and then we'll call it a day. Alrighty, we'll see you soon. And let me just restart that. And I will see you all in 45. Hello, everybody. How did everyone go on that sprint? I finished my book. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, which means that I can move on to book 5 of Wheel of Time. And I finished vacuuming and I sat down, I had some lunch, made some phone calls, done some texting, and now enjoying a cuppa and doing a little bit of diamond painting. So yeah, it was a productive little sprint, that one was. I'll move that out of the way so I don't knock it. My daughter's in Sydney at the moment, and so she just sent me through, and it's book related. She just sent me through a little video. It wasn't very long, but of a bookstore. But they have cocktails. It has, like, you can buy drinks there. It has, it's called the Sappho Bar, and I think it's out the back of a bookshop, from what I can see from the video. But it has different cocktails for it. So they're the signature cocktails, and they are $20 to $22 each. One of them is, so what have we got? We've got, these glasses are crap with my phone. Maybe it's her, actually, it's her photo. It's not my glasses. Oliver Twist. It has Clockwork Orange, Lime and Punishment, The Sour of One, so the power of one, Heart of Darkness, Unbearable Lightness of Being, Tequila Mockingbird. I like it. A Tea with Mussolini and Adventures in Paradise. Check the bar for monthly specials. So yeah, she sent me through a picture because she wants to open a bookstore. She's starting to become a teacher at the moment, and she's going to teach for a while, but a little bit later in life, she wants to open up a bookstore. So she's been doing Pinterest boards and all that sort of stuff, and we were talking one day about what she wants to do in there, and she wants to have it so, like, it's a bookstore, but it also has a, like, after dark segment to it. So whether it be, some acoustic music or poetry readings or open mics or things like that. So she's sort of brainstorming at the moment, and she's just gone on her first adult trip with not meeting up with any family, just gone away with a bunch of girlfriends, and they're in Sydney having a fabulous time. They arrived yesterday, but they're doing they're on their way right now. They're on their way to Dimmicks in Sydney. So she was just near Central Station, and I'm originally from Sydney, so I'm like, exactly where are you? And like, I can visualize exactly where she is. I was going to send her to and I don't know if they're there because it's been many years since I've been to Sydney. Like, I sort of go around Sydney to go and visit friends and stuff like that. But last time I was there, which was probably 15 years ago, maybe a bit longer, there used to be tunnels well, there probably still is, the tunnels. They come out of Central Station and they go underneath George Street. They used to have some fabulous shopping underneath there. I used to get all my stomping boots and stuff from there when I was younger. I don't know if they're still under there. They're not the greatest. It's not the greatest place to send some young girls, so I just didn't even mention it. If I ever go down there with her, I'll take her there, but it's not the best place for young girls to go because it gets a lot, like, some homeless people get in there and drunks and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's probably not the best place to send a bunch of 18-year-old girls. But nothing stopped me at 15 from frequenting there. Like, because I used to that was where I could get all the boots that I like to wear and all that sort of stuff. Because all right. Anyway, as I said, I got the vacuuming done and done all that sort of stuff. Now, let me see where we were up to. Okay. I think this is where we're up to. This year's crochet blanket is a single stitch with colours alternating for the genre. It has been a couple of decades since I crocheted anything. First couple of rows were a little rough. It's always that way, though, when you come back to something after not doing it for ages. It's a little bit sketchy, and just going back to the embroidery floss, Zara was saying it's exactly the same as what we've got behind. Perhaps it shows my age, as I am 54 this year. Well, I am actually 53 this year, so it doesn't show your age. I just think it comes down to terminology and what people have called it. So, as I said, It just can't, and I think it is actually an American term, floss, whereas everywhere else would probably be cotton. So yeah, so it doesn't show your age at all. Shows both our age because we've both admitted how old we are. This is why you are on the goat. Okay, I'm not too sure about that. I'm missing something. I think it would be too late for me to start to crochet a reading blanket. I would have to catch up with 6 months of reads. Yeah, I don't think I need to do. I think I haven't updated in the last couple of books, so I think I'm at 81 books. Was it 71 books? Maybe, I don't know. Let me have a look. I would have to do a lot of rows, and because I'd want it to go over my bed, that's one huge blanket. But I noticed a lot of people are actually doing them. I've read 80, so with this one, 81. I'd have to double check that I've entered all my books in, but yeah. Because I DNF'd a book the other day. The book that I was reading on Friday, I just could not get into it, so I soft DNF'd it, and yeah, and then just thought I'll come back to that. I'm just not in the headspace to read about drug addiction, that at the moment. So yeah, we'll just skip that. So I went to eating disorder instead. Like, go figure. Can't read about drug addiction, but can listen to eating disorders. Okay. Congrats on finishing a book, and you read 30 pages. Well done. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. I only started it yesterday, but I do listen to my audiobooks pretty quickly, so I burn through them pretty quickly. And also, it's kept me company today doing all this stuff and whatnot. So yeah, I'm really, like, I'm looking over my area. I just sent a picture to my daughter and she goes, "That's going to look so much better when you're filming, Mum." Like, I know. There's a few things that I still want to take care of. Like, I want to get some more shelving from there, which is going to be very inexpensive if I go with the L brackets and the melamine shelving. And you know, the shelving that's in like these cubes, it's melamine, and it's just got a vinyl, like a vinyl over it. So I think I can get several shelves here, and I can also, I've got some cushions, like these little cushions that I make for the magazine and stuff like that. I end up with a ton of those. I think that'll be a good spot to have some of my, like I was showing before, my folders and everything, and then have some cushions up there for decorative. And then I need to get the 2 blinds for the windows to just neaten up that wall. And then over in, I can't see it, in that corner there where you can still see a bit of the window and the printer is, I'm thinking that I'm going to put some shelving there as well and get that print, as I said earlier, get that printer up off the ground, because I only need the front of it, of the printer. I don't tend to do much photocopying these days. And if I do need to photocopy it, it'd be nothing for me just to lift it up and slip it under. Most of the time I either read off my tablet or I print something off. So I think if that is just not up high or anything, but just, you know, up off the bench, and it'll give me a little bit of room underneath as well. And like that corner stand, that little plant stand, that'll go. And yeah, I'll get some more shelving in there and just clean up that area, and it'll give me more storage. So that may be where like my pattern designs and all that sort of stuff goes, in that corner, as opposed to in this one just here. So yeah, you never know, we might end up having another sprint where I'll be drilling stuff into the wall and all the rest. And this is all hardwood, so I don't have to look for beams or anything like that. I can just drill straight into the house, basically. And then the next thing I want to tackle is down the long arm end, but that's another day. I need a good $800 to do that in, so that will be, I'll save for that, and then I'll tackle that another time. That'll be probably early next year before I tackle that. I just want to get some, I don't think you can see it. See up the top here where the green containers are, there's a wall. I want to get some of that VJ sheeting and put down at the long arm part. I took my quilt down that used to be behind it, and I didn't realize how much coolness comes from those walls, because it's perspex along here. Like, it's solid perspex. It'll take a lot to smash through them, especially considering I've got spiky trees in front of it, and then I've got bars on my windows and stuff, on my door and whatnot. But I'd like to get the wood up so I can put all of my little mini quilts and stuff up behind the long arm machine, because at the moment they're just all stacked in the cupboard. And a lot of them were gifts and stuff like that from when I've done swaps on Instagram and whatnot. So yeah, and I'd like to get them back up on the wall. And these walls are out because these are going to have shelves on them and all that sort of stuff, because I need the storage down here. Whereas that up behind the long arm machine, I think if I get my VJ sheeting up there, and I'd have to do it over Christmas because I take 6 weeks off from long arming, 6 to 8 weeks off over Christmas. I usually don't quilt anything during the months of December and January. And that stems from when my kids were on holidays, because they used to start holidays right at the beginning of December. So they were home, whereas public school kids were, they finished a couple of weeks after that. So originally that's what my hours were. So I think, and I've kept this, they haven't been in primary school for a long time, because they went to just a private school for primary school, and then they went to the state school for high school. But I've kept it that way, and it's been good because I get to spend time with them over Christmas, when normally, you know, they'd be off doing their stuff. They still sort of hang out with me. But if I get that up, I can get all my little mini quilts up out of the cupboard and back up on the wall. And that was supposed to be done a couple of years ago. But Brennan, I need help with that. I can't do that by myself, unfortunately. So I need him to help me with that, because they're 2.4 high and they're heavy. They're quite wide as well. I think they're 1200 wide and they're 2.4 high. So I need someone to help me with that. And plus I've also got to move the long arm machine, and that is a mission, is all I can say. Rolanda is still cutting and prepping fabric. Welcome to my world. I spend more time, like the sewing of the things together, it takes a while, but it seems like forever that I am preparing stuff. So I usually set 2 days aside, such as yourself, and I just cut everything that I need. And I could cut, 30 or 40 bags and just have them all sitting there ready to go. And then I just slowly work my way through. Although I haven't done that in a couple of months. I've just done the bare minimum for stuff because, again, lack of space. But now I've tied it up a bit, I think, and I want to get some plastic drawers to fit underneath. I brought my ones down from the long arm and they fit underneath here, and I've got room to put them in there. So I'll be able to put, like these, I will be able to put my vinyl in, and then the backing, and because I've got a drawer set up there that's got 4 in it, and I can easily put them in. They'll fit in nicely, and then I can just pull them out and sew them. That's the plan. Whenever I get to that plan, I don't know. Rolanda's saying that is her plan. So how much are you selling your bags for? Let me know. Which ones are you doing again? Send me I think it's the one you sent the picture of before, was it? Sorry, I just got another message from Savannah. Rolanda's just saying that she does it in batches, so like all the cutting 10 and then batch. So yeah, sometimes, like, I do that all the time, but sometimes it can get pretty hectic because you start to get sore because you're doing the same thing over and over again. So you've got to spread it out a little bit and whatnot. All right, so let me just have a look here. The alarm is about to go off. This is going to be the last sprint, and I may have to extend it if my daughter calls me, because I have to. She finishes at 3, but she's been finishing, and it's about half an hour later, so I should be back and talking to you guys. But yeah, so basically we'll go to a sprint. As I said, this will be the last one, but we will be back for an 8-hour sprint on Friday or Thursday if you're in the Northern Hemisphere. I have all of them. They're all up on the channel. So if you've yet to subscribe to the channel, make sure you subscribe and go and click notify me to all the scheduled ones. I've scheduled out the whole month. So every Monday and Friday during June, we will be having sprints. So make sure that you get notified and come and join us again. But I will be back in 45 minutes and have a chat with you. But then I've got to go and do shopping and stuff and pick up my daughter. So, all right, let's get this sorted. Start that.
And I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I didn't start another book, but I did get some diamond painting done. And I just got a text from my daughter that I need to pick her up in 10 minutes. So I am going to have to wrap up for today. But I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that's been here. I wasn't sure whether that was going to be the last sprint or not, so I didn't put that up. So I do apologise for that, for those that have just joined. But I will be back on Friday. So it is 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. As I said just before we went to that sprint, I have scheduled them all up on the channel. And when you first come, whether you're on mobile or desktop, when you first come to the homepage, you will see all of them there, and you can just click get notified, and and then that way you can come and hang out with me on Friday. Now Friday we actually have an 8-hour sprint, so bring all your books, bring your lovely self, and come and join. And I will definitely be reading on Friday because I'm already ahead of the game with all my videos for this week and some of next week. But yeah, so thank you so much for hanging out with me all day and watching me and listen to me prattle on about my craft room and all the rest of it. Hopefully you've enjoyed seeing it look a little bit nicer than what it did this morning. And as I said, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate each and every one of you being here and hanging out with me. But that's it from me today. Have a wonderful day, everybody, or evening, no matter where you are. And I will see you all again on Friday. Bye for now. See you later, Rolanda. Bye.